Hello. We are doing math. So, I spent most of yesterday figuring out options for sets and then spoke to a couple other theory people that also had ideas for sets. So in total, we made 47 of them. That is ridiculous and way too much. So I spent additional time cutting them down, and now there's about 10 relevant ones for Raw and one for Ellie, and then one that I'm gonna make for Gorg specifically. But we don't have the Gorg hit zones yet, so I can't optimize that the same way that we're going to optimize these today. With all that being said, this is no replacement for the inevitable video where I'll actually talk about these things in depth. This is just the process that goes into actually optimizing a set. So think of this as the preparation, more so than the actual thing. The weapons we figured out. The weapons, we know exactly what they have to be. So that's something. And then yeah. No, I'm done. Just, yeah. These are also wrong because I forgot that. No, actually, never mind. They're not wrong. They are 0 because they roll element and not. Never mind. All good. And this rolls affinity. So that is correct. Cool. Let's get started. These are the interesting ones. And I'd say we just go top to bottom. You sound tired. I am. I've been up for a while for answering questions and doing this. Like, so what I did yesterday was I found the sets and then did preliminary calcs to vaguely order them. And then when I woke up today, I started sorting and filtering them and like actually looking at the data and stuff. So yeah, I am tired. But that doesn't help because this needs doing and it needs doing ASAP. So here we are. Actually don't need to look at them because I took the notes down here. You know, like a sensible human being. These. Okay. Agitator 5. Oops. I'm not used to having the mic like this yet, but one day I will. What's up, bro? You doing? The swags changes are... I have feelings, let's say. I certainly have feelings. Like, on one hand, they're really good, and it does a lot for the weapon. Like, it really does a lot. But on the other hand, I'm displeased at the amount of work that I now have to go through. I guess that there's significantly worse problems you can have. Maybe Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike. Come on. And then 2-piece Ray, 2-piece Doge. Guts. Is Doshaguma. One thing I should say well in advance is that I'm not going to playtest every set right away the way I usually do it for the guides. I will make educated guesses because they hinge on different things. The Dosh sets hinge on, well, Doshaguma uptime, so how much and how well you offset. Odogaron hinges on general aggression. Gore hinges on general aggression. These two have an amount of crossover. Both of these also hinge on how much shit you can continue to eat through latent power. Laggy sort of exists, but I don't believe in it very strongly. And then Gorg is... it's something. And then you have those that also hinge on how good you can stick to certain hit zones through Flayer. And you have those that hinge on how good is your ad rush uptime. And then you have a mix of, some have peak performance, which is a factor. Not a strong one, but is a factor. So I will make educated guesses and put slightly higher uptimes than what I think most people are capable of right now. And not end. I will make these guesses when rating the player base better than it is, because they probably haven't been using those moves and those playstyles yet, because there was no incentive for it. But now there is. So I'm expecting people to get better at it and to basically grow into the sets. Instead of going from where we are, I'm going for where we will be in probably a couple days. It doesn't take that long to get used to, I don't think. That is the background of what we're building here. Right. Do I have all the things? Aggie LP. I don't have AB yet because I want to check for something else first, and I'm not going to punch in peak. Yeah, let's go. Why are you not finding... Okay, we drop Flayer. You're not finding the skills I want you to find. Oh, you're not finding them because I forgot to actually punch in the weapon. I'm dumb. I've seen something you may find interesting. 2 Rising Slash into double X Slash has about the same damage as 3 Rising Slashes and managed to gauge. So I don't use Twitter. I'm not sure how aggressive the auto mod is for that. I mean, you can probably risk it. Like, I don't personally mind. But yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. The thing is, it takes so much longer to do. And now you're an axe. So it's more of a situational thing than an actual thing you will be playing for. We call that the long morph loop, which is this, and it clocks in at 50 MV per second, which is just about 20% weaker than just spamming Rising Slash on virtue of how long that morph takes. And you need to juggle Power Axe as well. It is a consideration, but it is not the go-to thing. The go-to thing is Rising Slash. It's just that because it's Rising Slash, you have a lot more options out of it. So it is good to know that, but it is not going to be the default thing that you play, optimally speaking. It rolls Dodge Might. Right, and then we put Flare back in, and now we see 200 results. Cool. So one problem I found with the set searcher when I was doing this yesterday is that it hallucinates stuff. I assume it is because this is implemented not so great. Which... I don't know. I hope the unpaid dude that sits there and actually maintains this gets around to fix it at some point. This is an immensely good tool. So Flare is the first interesting part, but we never go over 1. We can fit Ad Rush. Ad Rush 2 with a high enough uptime can compete with attack boost. That's sort of the thing. Worthless, 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 worthless. This is an idea. And then these. This is also an idea. So I'll take note of that. Let's get rid of peak. Because that's like where the sets are going to be. Like this is the core. This will always be the same on this. I can delete this. And then this can have... Does it not do arrows? It does. This can have AB4. Are you evil? This can have Gorg 2-piece. This can have Ad Rush 2. And now we just look for what else it can do with each of these. Let's go with Attack Boost 4 first. Those are all charms that exist. I had a charm that doesn't exist. I don't know why. I had an Attack Boost 3, Burst 1, 200. For some reason. I must have oopsied back then. Because the charm list I use is old. Let's see, it also fits peak. Peak performance earplugs 1, I think is the thing to pick here. That sounds like the most useful. Plus peak. It's not that fast, unfortunately. God, I use the entire numpad. I need to not do that. Plus peak 2. What did I say was the other thing? No, it's just peak 2 that's relevant. Okay. Let's see what Gorg would look like. Gorg. Gorg? Peak 2 AB1. Second wind. I mean, it's something, I guess. It's also 2 slots, so that's like ambush or something. Yeah, this would be the candidate then, I think. Unless I find something better. I did find something better. I don't believe in ambush. I don't know if this is legal. Yeah, we'll go with this one. So that fits peak 2 and AB2. And then we see what ad rush fits. Oh, craftable. EE2. I mean, technically EE2 helps, right? Yeah, I think AB is preferred over any of these every time. 1 slot is kind of painful. But plus peak 2 plus AB1. Not times. Okay. This is a fork from the other calc. The one I have public. So that I could just have the same uptimes, but only need to punch them in once. And the same sets in general. Oops. As exhaust fire doesn't matter. I hope that they bring back build up boost. Really hope they bring back Bub. Bub was good. Don't know why I used 2 formulas here, that's just stupid. You could have made combining 3 different starter spots gives you exhaust, but no. Nope. See, that's a common misconception. Have you not paid attention in school? Clearly. Huh? No, this is just... Clearly, para plus sleep plus fire is dragon. Duh. I did clear those, okay. Okay, calc restored. We're still gonna use this area, at least for the rudimentary checking. These are raw sets, so I need to rename this, because otherwise it will get confusing in a minute. Oh, there we go. Reference Archen is raw Archen. Don't be concerned about this. It will match automatically to what the best ally is. And then I have AB for peak 2. I have Gog peak AB. Gog peak AB. And I have Adrush peak AB. PW. Okay. Aggie LPCSMM. Aggie CS LP. Maxmat. Latent is 60. No, let's go final. Let's do 63. That's probably what we're gonna land at. This is good. Let me just check this specifically. Okay. Flare. Counter-Strike, Burst, Aggie. This reminds me of FF14. That jingle, I like it. No-go. AB4 peak 2 is all you get. And then guts, naturally. Peak performance, I don't know how much. It's, I'm fairly certain it's not going to be 20%. Like 10, 15? Does that sound fair? I think 10. Peak perf is dead. Yeah, it is. But it's not zero contribution dead. I hope you finish quick. I need to resist the urge to say that's what she said so bad. Yeah, I think we'll stick with 10%. Because we do take a lot of chip. AB4. Okay. And then we copy the homework. 5, 1, 3. Is Flare baseline? It is. Flare is unfortunately mandatory because it's really fucking good. Which is certainly not what I expected to be saying in the year 2025. No, that's the wrong value. It's this. And then max might. No peak. Yes, peak. Gog and AB2. Gog is here. And then add rush, peak AB1. This is where I start being more pedantic. This is the juggler. So if you opt for add rush, I'm expecting you to play add rush. So we're giving it 45% uptime. You don't slot add rush if you can't play add rush. That is just the expectation I have of someone using this set. It's AB1. Did I give it AB2? No, okay. Okay. Player, latent, max mat, peak. No go. No other set bonus. Okay. Okay. Next. Let's check some hit zones. What can we drop for Flare 1 then? You're not dropping anything. It's pure gain. We have more budget than we had before. And on top of having more budget, we also get bonuses. because didn't have enough power creep as is. Alright, so I'm thinking target-wise, Rathalos is probably up there. Gore. I kind of don't want to include Uvduna because it's dog shit it's I don't know. Kage, you still here? You still think this is one of the better matchups? Kage, if you honestly tell me that you love Uvduna and that you want me to include it, I will. Udra is probably in. Arkwelt is definitely in. Jin is definitely in. Probably Mitsu, Lagi, Steve. I will include Omega and Gorg. Kind of missing some data here. I know that Swags works well, it's just really annoying to calc. Because those hit zones are... they're not telling the whole truth, is what I'm getting at. Because, like... these specifically. These pieces of shit specifically. Yeah, I'll include it. I'll include Uth. So let's take some notes. Just so we don't forgo. Calculated against Go, Uth, New Udra. I will include Ray. Arkwelt. Rathalos. Jin, Steve, Lagi. Rathalos, Jin, Steve, Lagi, Omega. Okay. Oh, right, I moved that over here. Right. 4,500. How much health does Rathalos have in 9.5? Surely somewhere has data. Surely Kira Nico. Kira Nico. I'm too stupid to type. Brother. Should I just assume 50k? Rathalos, 13, yeah. I will just assume 50k. I will just assume 50k on everything. On everything where I don't know better. Zero, Ellie. Oh, yeah, okay, never mind. Because Right. This should be... And... I'm stupid. My bad. What's the letter before P? Oh. There we go. Dragon, Ellie. The 9-5 is the interesting one. Is that out yet? I think it is. Yeah, take your time. I will go with 45. Yeah, with 45 until then. Which, 50 rising slashes? That's theoretically a 2-minute hunt? If you only ever hit head, right? And then neck and so on gets worse. Well, no, it's 3 per, right? So it's 150, and then 10%, it's 170-ish seconds. Yeah, it's about a 3-minute hunt. Jesus Christ. But you will also hit leg. I like your funny words, Magic Axe Math Man. Yeah, so eyeballing it, there is no scenario where the AB4 set loses with the uptimes that we have assumed. This is where the tweaking starts. These are on everything, so it's fine. Counter-strike, bursts. Actually, I do think they are fine. And you all did accept dragon. Okay. Counter-Strike 80 is also about through, I think. Okay, let's just take the notes. How do I do this smartly? I think we just list the matchups. I don't want to do it here. Do I want to do it here? I might just do it here. Just give me some space. Tap. Tap. Okay. And then we have Rathalos. Why did I move everything? Organization is half the thing here. Let's do Gore. Oof, Udra. Ray, Arkvel, Jin. Ray, Jin, Deathheart. Steve Laggy Omega. Steve Laggy Omega. Let's move them down. I do realize I need space up here. This is going to be Rolls Dosha. AB for
Whimsy and Wonder.
My bad.
Whimsy and Wonder. Fuck Whimsy. What has Whimsy ever done for me? Whimsy doesn't pay my rent. Whimsy doesn't do my taxes. Fuck Whimsy.
Hope that helps. Rathalos with 105. Hi, this is a evil Sasch. I need to stop pressing that stupid button. It's about 23. Let's do 24. Let's call it 108k. And I will just Rathalos 108k. I think this is a good way to display it. Give me these. Make them white, make them 2. Give me this. Give me box. Give me box. Do this. Do this. Do this, and then also do this. What the fuck happened to you? I don't think there's a clean way to do this. Rising count. I bought Shocky milk for this occasion. I just want you to know that. Right. Affinity doesn't give you any file. Affinity maintains the file. That's a dope roll. Unfortunately, I think Raw is dying. So, you say that, Akuman, you say that, but we have significantly more DPS than we had in Rise. So even if they did have the same HP, they would still die faster. Which makes this whole thing very, very obscure to me. Wait, it turns into... Really? Then I am just wrong. And it does indeed make an ADI file. Let me make a note. ADI focus would make you ADI file, but AF allegedly makes ADI file. Alright, I have taken a note and we will check that later. But yeah, there's no circumstance in which set 1 doesn't win this. None. Let's center all of these like goodly tool boys. And then we look at gore. I should just open a third one. I mean, I have the RAM, am I right? Is Dragonfire any good? Bait used to be believable. Right. So we'll be hitting head. We'll be hitting antenna. $310 DPS on paper is absurd. DLC endgame monsters will not be in the millions. Not into several. Focus and alley focus, make it alley file. Okay. I took note, and I will remember that that is not alleged and it actually is that way. So that will be reflected. I mean, I'm going to have to grab footage for everything I say anyway, right? So I just need to remember to actually do that. What happens on the shit zones? Even on the shit zones. Okay. Yeah, I think the first one with AB4 is just the way to go then. Oof, Duna. 5510 goes to the first. Right foreleg goes to the first. Hind leg goes to the first. Give me the woo. Give me the thingies. Oh, they're all. Yeah, okay. That's about 55k, and then oof, I said is 44k. Also, day one of the U4 went into the testing area to check the new horn eddy cap. It got raised to 103.5. I left and then I came back to test something else. It said I dealt 99. The very first day, the very first thing I did on patch, it was on stream. I went into the training area and it was convinced I dealt 103,000. So your 99,999 is weak. Swag's winning again. I heard Horde is pretty absurd in paper DPS right now. Like, I spent a lot of last night talking to Upgrade. It's not my fault that I get registered as a multi-hit. Oof was 44. And then the next I keep forgetting. Udra. No Udra. How much health does the AT have? Because that's realistic. It's like 50, right? Ballpark. Oops. Udra. Yeah, let's go with this. Mouth. Yeah, I have a feeling that the first one is just genuinely the better one, which is interesting. 52. Radar. $40 to $43. And sit back down. Joke's on you, I've been sitting. Yeah, it HP logs. It has HP locks in every phase as far as I know. There's a few in there. It also cannot die while it is charging its nuke. And I think it's guaranteed to do one, but I'm not sure. I think someone vaguely informed me, but we haven't actually looked at it yet. The more important thing would be hit zones. That cannon is so fucking ridiculous. But I like the animation for it. It's the right type of spectacle IMO. Yeah, I think there's not exactly a lot of additional math required on this one. I think this is literally just as good as it gets. And from there, it's just improving offset uptime and stuff. Also, unfortunately, I am bound by my mortal coil and I need to be right back. As I shit myself. I will hurry. Hello there. If you see this, it means Sasch isn't here and pre-recorded me has to do unpaid overtime. I hope you didn't hear that actually.
What?
Nothing, boss. Anyway, I'd like to take this opportunity to say some things. Drink water, refill your drink, look outside to rest your eyes a little, get up and stretch, and all that good stuff. Real talk, I'm still figuring out a bunch of stuff. What with maintaining Wiggler, editing, streaming, script writing, thumbnails, and titles, and so on. I'm aware that everything's a little rough around the edges and all, but with what AI, specifically generative technologies, are doing, maybe that has its own charm? Oh no, I'm so sorry guys. Let me make some space for you. There, much better. I'm mostly operating on the principle that the information I compile and share is for you, while the video itself is for me. They're generally made in a way that I find them enjoyable and funny, and less focused on what you might enjoy. But I'm aware that that only gets me so far, especially in terms of growth, both as a person and as a channel. I genuinely value your input, not just the compliments. Besides Wilds, I want to finish up some playthroughs I started a while ago, and also play Frontier again. Outside of Monster Hunter, I've been enjoying the progression and Path of Exile 2, which will probably also feature here one of these years. Besides those, are there any other games you think I should play? Any topics you'd like me specifically to cover and discuss? Are there any creators you think I should reach out and work with? Let me know what you think. Alright, looks like we're back. Okay, I'm back. So what I miss? Yeah, let's get back to it. We were doing... Ha, got you. Still AFK. Haha, streamers, am I right? There's a Discord in the works, and it'll be linked in the description once it's actually done. And that's all pre-recorded Sasch has given me to work with. So all that leaves to be said is... I'm back. I managed to not shit myself. Isn't that cool? That's the wrong arc road. So you lied. Another L for the diaper industry. Real. This almost got me. Oh god. Wounds are going to be so juicy with this. Aye. They're talking how all the Gunland set builders got into Uma. Yeah. Upgrade got, like, a lot of the theory people got into Uma. It is everywhere. It is everywhere. I don't know, man. It's not for me. Right, next question. How much health do we think AT Jin will have? Because that is realistically what this is for. Nobody's immune to propaganda, but I'm immune to horse girls. How much health do we give Jin? Instinctively, I'm feeling ballpark 80k. So I like MMOs. I really like MMOs. I like specifically raiding. I enjoy FF14 crafting. I don't enjoy walking through Limsa to the market board and being PM'd by like 12 people if they can buy, ERP, 'for guild. That's not cool. I enjoy walking through Limsa to the market board and being PM'd by like 12 people if they can buy, ERP, for guild. That's not cool. I enjoy walking through Limsa to the market board and being PM'd by like 12 people if they can buy, ERP, for guild. That's not cool. And throughout my endeavor in FF raiding, I also grew fucking allergic to other people. People are unbelievably bad at not standing in the red. Like, this is marked red, and all game for the last 500 hours I've learned not to stand in it. Surely this time it's different. Every time. Every time. You're thinking 100k because GOG. Ballpark 80 to 100. Let's meet in the middle and go 90. There is a single frame in the wobble background that is pure black, and I have no idea how it got there, but it does annoy the ever-living hell out of me. Let's go with 92.5. Until I played Lost Ark at launch. Yep. Hey, we're doing prog runs on the 1370 fights. Min required eye level 1530. Sure. I like about Lost Ark that you can do a lot of the stuff solo. That was really good. I'm stupid. That's the... Oh, they're the same hit zone. Okay. Hail is an idea to hit sometimes. Head is not easily reachable, so I think we're sticking legs here. Right. We are just figuring out the archetypes. Like what within an archetype is the desired loadout for skills. So I'm fine not adjusting the archetype defining uptimes. Dude, I just looked at the thing. What's the wings? No. Okay. $40K. I know he's tankier than that, but as long as I keep the values consistent, it's okay. I want to check something just for comparison's sake. $221. The sheer amount of attack that these things have even deletes laggy of the thing. 82 FRS. Yeah. Craftables are dead. Like dead. Currently 430 for me right now, and this got recommended to me. How's the build looking? Make any breakthroughs? TLDR. Once upon a time, there were 47 sets. We're down to 10. And now we're just optimizing within the groups and then checking against each other. But generally, what we're looking for is clear. Right, this is header. How much health did I give it? 140, okay. We will be hitting foreleg a bit. We will be hitting hind leg. Because we're good boys. So this would be... I would like to give it... Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So this one is the preferred one in pretty much every circumstance. We could, because I already have it at 45% ad rush. Let's give it 90 just to see what happens. It still loses. Even at 90%, it still loses. Hi, this is a reminder to
Whimsy.
I pressed way too many buttons. My bad. The clown hit is always deserved. Right, so these are dead. How do I fucking do that in this? It's like something like this. It's not like this. Do I hate it here? Alt Shift 5. Alt Shift 5. Control, 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 control. Alt, shift, fight. Anyway. Alright, 7 is out. Well, not out, but done. 11 is next. Oh, Bloody is German? I think he's the one, he's the only one I've literally never interacted with. I hear from him sometimes. But that's about it. He's cool. We roll Odo. Or Doggo. Live doing a live thing. I will probably need to go again for about 5 minutes and a little bit. Aggie, LP, AB. Aggie, LP. Let's do the things we know for sure. This should always stay the same. We keep Flare. I've tried extensively. Ad Rush 2 is about equivalent to Flare 1 with the approximation. AB, CSM, do we even keep? We do. Looks about right. Okay. Also in the 6-minute TDS speedrun, there's one moment in phase 2 that looks mad sus. The one recording gets pancaked in axe mode, but doesn't take damage or even staggers. Yeah. Sometimes in TDS runs, you have some very jank game stuff on display that is genuinely just the games being jank. That is not new. And sometimes it's not. You never know is sort of a thing. But then again, TDS in terms of times and in terms of player skill, very rarely is anyone on that team actually competing. They're competing levels of good. I mean, they are mostly good on, virtue of running, but not necessarily competing level of good. They're just big and have been around since forever, so that is kind of where that comes from. Ad Rush. Peak is probably not worth considering. Ad Rush, Wax. Definitely not. Definitely not. Definitely not. Pulse. LMAO. Oh, Flare. Are those the same set? They are the same set. Are they different pieces? 4511? Fulgur, Udra, Ebony, Ray. Fulgur, Udra, Gorg, Gore, Duna. And then what? Oh, it's the wrong one. Fulgur, Ray, Ebony, Ray, Lango. Where are you different? $45, $11. Aggie, Latent, AB, Counter-Strike, Guts, Burst Boost, 2-piece, Burst, Layer. That's the same set. Right? Guts, Ebony, Ray. Guts, Ebony, Ray. Cool. TDS is more cinematic. Yeah. So, on virtue of also running or having run and, you know, meeting people and through doing this, cinematic is a word I would use. Definitely would use that word. You know, back when I started, very instinctively, and I'm talking back in Try, that is roundabout when TDS was forming, I very, very quickly developed a certain distaste for their head. Was Heroics? Oh, fuck me sideways. Okay. We're doing it again. Was Heroics just on this whole time? And I'm a fucking idiot for not realizing. Is that what went down here? I just... Okay. Yeah, it definitely was on. Nagi. And then it's Torso. Evil. Torso. And then Steve. It's legs. I mean, it's still winning, but then it's chin, foreleg. Then it's arc weld. I knew that something dumb like that would happen. It's a lot closer on the smaller health guys, but ultimately it's still the first one. I count against another hit zone on this. 57. Huh? It helps to punch in the same monster. No Udra. Just real quick. We are doing head. We're doing head. 50.1. No, 57. Yeah. Okay. Then gore. That is also head. But like this is an amount that you can cover with better uptimes. Kind of anyway. Like that. Yeah. This is literally... This is something you can overcome. So that's cool. What's the last one I said? Rathalos. No, that's the wrong Wrath. And we're doing head because we can. Okay, cool, saved. Then what? This thing? I'm gonna take notes on which directions we can take this. Player 1. Address 1. Completionist sake. Peak 2. Wax 1. So 2p just in case. Right, let's see what it runs with Flare 1. Nothing else, just Flare 1. There is no set bonus that is worth as much as attack boost. Dosh is 10. Theoretically, Gore or Laggy might be able to do something here. I'm gonna see if that's an option. Nope. Two, 3, 5. Theoretically, it's not completely incoherent. Nope. Okay. So Flare fits nothing else. And the other stuff I said was Ad Rush. Let's see Peak first. Let's see. Because if Peak brings up nothing else, we can just ignore it. Another level of burst, which is not much. Yeah, we can ignore Peak. Goodbye. And then there's a Wax Spring. Stamina Surge. Okay. Let me remove this. And add Rush. One. That's tight. I want to see what the So set would have been. Cover speed, divine blessing, alley absorb. I think that doesn't do enough for us. I think that doesn't do enough for us. I would like it to do enough. Alley absorb 1. Alley absorb 1 has rack speed 2, 3. No. 3, 4, 1 slots. Right. I wouldn't hate 80 Zo either. I don't like So very much, but it would just make sense. We got Xeno Jiva, and then we got 80 Xeno. We didn't get what's his face. The Buddhist one. We didn't get a super variant of that. We did get one each for Mango and Malzino. So not having one for Zoe is kind of unfortunate. But it just makes sense to tie it back together. Hello, Nixie. I think out of these, Ad Rush will probably be the worst, and Flayer wins on virtue of being Flayer. What I do want to know is by how much. Because I'm willing to quote unquote, I'm willing to sacrifice some damage for rec speed. I think that would be an acceptable trade-off, especially in the long run. Doing attack boost, we're doing agitator, we're doing burst, we're doing counter strike, we're doing flayer, we're doing latent, we're doing a max might, we're not doing peak. No, bad peak. We do Odo. And we're doing Guts, which is still on in either case. Okay, now we copy the Homburg, Agitator, Burst, Counter-Strike, Player, Latent, Max Might, no peak. Rush 1. No flyer, no flyer. Then you get, are you 2? You're 3. My bad. We're not doing Gog. Not doing Dosh. Doing Ebony. Okay, Rathalos. Give me the bad news. I should probably find another way to do this. Okay. Go. Rolls Odo. How many do remain if we do it like this? Can I make them into a neat cluster? 11, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 4, 5, 6. I'm counting 6. We can make that a cluster. Then we go this way, and then we have 3 by 3. Well, not quite, but conceptually. There's a concept of 3. Whoop. Okay, we're getting somewhere. This is Odo, and then rolls. I'll just delete these. I should have copied one, deleted all of the things that I need to fill out, and then copy paste. I do this every time. I should know better, but I never do. 70. No, I would like, if you're slotting the wax one, you have better accuracy. You will hit the weak spot 85% of the time. And it is not even close. It is not even remotely close. Okay. What if you have perfect uptime on Ad Rush? Nope. That's not surmountable. That is not surmountable. Cool. So we use... This is more realistic. So between these are very close, and I am willing to let go of Wax over Ad Rush. Because Wax is very, very stumped by whiffing. And it's also 3% affinity, so fight me, I guess. Which means I have a blank one in 3. Does this not copy the things correctly? Yeah, this does not copy the things at all. That would be this. And then I should have looked up how far it is away from each other. 10, 11, and then 16. Equals a 16. And then this just, no. Yeah. No, 6 equals a 6 equals a 11 equals a 16 equals a 6, 11, 16. I keep hitting this stupid thing. We still care about running? We absolutely still care about Power Prolonger, yeah. Yeah, Edifal could theoretically make do without it, but it doesn't really want to. Power Prolonger does a lot for us. Okay, so this is Flayer. Oh, okay. This is why we put Wax back. That is more like it. Huh. This makes it a lot more interesting. I think I'll just have to do 2. Let's just quick test a few. These are 0.2 away. Let's do go. So they're always 0.2 away, and Adrush is always gonna... This is not Adrush. I need to label them real quick. This is Flare. This is Adr. This is Vix. So Adrush in this always beats out Wax. So let's leave Wax blank. No, never mind, it doesn't. I'm stupid. Adrush is always the weakest. Yeah, let's remove Adrush and be blank. Let's do a blank one for the Zo. And then if it's not a significant difference, we will just have that as a comfort option. That's where I think we're going with this. Ortholos. Flyer, blank, and wax one. Cool. It equalizes on the antenna. That's interesting. And then if you don't hit a wax zone, we can use blank to, I'm so slow today. We can use blank to gauge for non-wax zones, because this is just what you do if you don't proc wax at all. Okay, awesome. You will hit the wings. Wing. Only wing arm? No. Yeah, that's another win for Flyer, I think. Move Duna. I should move this one. I think I will do that. Oof. They equalize. Barely not. Barely not. Wax might have merit here for hitting wounds. But then it's also a matter of how much wound time do you get. Because like for a good while you don't get any. And then you suddenly do. By stating you're resisting the temptation to say that's what she said. Aren't you really just saying that anyway? No. Obviously not. I'm saying that I'm resisting the temptation to say that's what she said. Also, yeah, even though we are not locked behind amped for the whole FRS situationship anymore, amp is still a significant impact on damage output. It's critical 12 MV takes, which is vaguely a 20% damage increase. It do be important still. No Udra. What are we hitting here? We're hitting these things involuntarily. We're hitting the head. In which case Wax pulls ahead ever so slightly. But then only then, and you're not maintaining aggression on the head. I'm gonna take the head as an outlier. Ray, we hit head. And that's just a clear winner. We will hit other parts, but the wax situation will just be worse every time. And this is a significant enough step for me to say, maybe we're not doing the comfy part. We do hit head sometimes. Now, this is one where you could probably get some amount of uptime on the wound. It doesn't pull a head? Fascinating. Give me unwounded. That's pretty uncontested. That is an optimization to such a point where I'm genuinely thinking, no, it's probably better to just go with Flayer. Also, can we see how close this is again? These are genuinely different sets, right? Like this, both of these hinge on latent power and then the standard loadout. But this generates damage through offset and this through general aggression. And they are this close. You have different playstyles that are vaguely equal. And I think that's cool. Flayer was slotting now? Yes. Flayer was worth slotting before too, we just didn't have space for it. Now that we do have space, it also apparently got buffed, so it procs more often. So I don't have a good approximation for Flayer without doing status math, and I don't want to do status math in Formula. That it's such a mess to get right. But Flayer is for all intents and purposes a status. And the approximation that I have is over the course of probably a couple hundred hunts, I have counted how often it procs, and I wrote a quick formula that gives me between 3 and 4 procs, which is about what I saw over the course of X combos. That is the approximation. And Jack was testing Flayer the other day, and he saw about 50% more procs than I'm used to, i.e. 5 to 6, and rarely one more. So I just added a 1.4 modifier to it. So probably you're seeing more procs than what I'm approximating. Procs. Is FRSing after a focus strike finisher worth it, or just go back to rising slashing? After a focus strike finisher you discharge, you are probably out of gauge. So yeah, you do full release. Full release is still incredibly strong. You still use it, just not as your sole damage output. It's a utility option now, and it's the probably most efficient way to get gauge back as well, because you get into such a strong hit for the time it takes. It is relatively safe because, you know, hyper armor. I mean, the alternative is eating the end leg. And the end leg is not very good to eat. You could unbridled if you're unsure. The thing is, you need to be somewhat sure about being able to... You need to be somewhat able to hit the spiral follow-up. Hit the wing. The matter is not solved yet. You know that because I am still streaming. But we are getting there. We are getting there. Lucky torso. Oh, it's specifically chest. Okay, my bad. We hit the head a few times. Nope. We hit forelegs a few times. Also nope. Chest. Does not equalize. On average, you will be taking the other one. Oh my god. Go. Head. That is very much a notable difference. That's very much a notable difference. And just... Oi. Okay, we're doing flare. Alt-Shift-5, because that is a sensible hotkey. Alt-Shift-5. I am unable to can. I will keep this as an option, just like in the back of the head. You know, anyone who tested Flare. We did. We tested Flare. It is a status, basically. And then Jack did a bunch of tests to see how often it procced the other day. On Kira Nico, I believe status Flare is skill stabbing. I think that's the threshold for Flare. Not 100% sure. I think the other one is convert element. Those two skills basically behave like status. Yeah, these are fundamentally different sets. Okay. So let's go with this one first. We roll 2p score. Aggie LP. Yep. CSMM antivirus 1. Because that's approximately how much we can fit. Attack boost 1, burst flare 1. 2-piece ready to go. Boom. Aggie, Max Might, Latent Burst, Counter-Strike, Guts, Antivirus, Flyer, Attack Boost, Thunderous Roar. Aggie, LPCS, MMAV, AB Burst, Flyer, Ray, Go, Guts. What do you find? Oh, ass of the lake. What's our currently best Gorg skills? We are trying to find that out. Each of these boxes, not all of them, but most of these boxes, we have mapped out what if we roll Doge, we have mapped out what if we roll Odo. We're working on Go next, and then we're working on Laggy, and then we work on rolling Gorg Self. And then there's this, which is an elemental set. We have a little bit ahead of us still. Doge might be meta. Might. So far it is conditionally winning against Ebony. Yeah, it is a candidate. It definitely is a candidate. It is conditionally winning against Ebony. While this is doing its thing, I will have to be right back real quick. The chalky milk is going into my bladder. Do you want to watch the movie again, or? No, I'll spare you from the movie. I'll hurry. I have returned. Gonna have to farm ebony. So. You don't... We roll one of the points we need. Farming Cook with randos. Rimworld music? No. You can see it in the bottom left. At least not knowingly, unless they use YouTube library stuff. Let's see, what can we fit? Bunch of one slot, EE. Then we can fit more antivirus, which makes me think I forgot something. Does it really only fit AB1? Allegedly. I think that's where they differentiate. Huh. Maybe they just got the license for it. Maybe they're similar, I don't know. I do not know. What I do know is that all of this seems fishy. Fishy. Oh, yeah, of course. It would help if I actually selected the Gore skill. Yeah. I very not. His eye. Yeah, we'll go with this. So that's just it. Okay, what if we don't have AB1? So, what? What? What do you mean? I'm working out on what the best role is, but Gore is an option. And so is Ebony, and so is Doge. We literally don't know yet. That is literally what I'm trying to work out. I can tell you the reinforcements you want to roll. It's fine. I'm just saying, I do not yet have answers. I am working on this to have answers. Okay, why do you insist on... Oh, because you literally cannot... You cannot roll something else. This is just how this is. Noted. What if we drop Flare? Does it fit AB4? I think I had one slots anyway, right? So it would be AB3. I think. AB3 is an odd choice to cap out at. Is that a legal charm? Why is all of this needlessly complicated? Yes. Close, 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 close. Copy, close. Nine. 385. Oh. No. Oh. What the fuck? So that is a legal charm after all. Is it not? Return O. Two. Return O needs a 5. It gets a 4. Gets an 11. Oh, okay. Oh, my bad. Yeah, okay, it gets a... Yeah, okay. So that is a legal charm. And then... Why is it repeating that one song now? I have not... I told you to randomize. God, I hate Windows so much. Yeah, Go is one of the options. It wants you to play with Bale. It doesn't. Because you would want to roll, because you want to get TBN, Mutiny, and Guts. And for that to work out at all, you need to roll... Oh no, actually it would work out. No, never mind, it wouldn't. You are hard required to roll Bale. You're hard required to roll Bale because you need 3 pieces for Guts. So you need at minimum 2 pieces. Yeah, you would. So not even that works out. It just hates you. That's what I'm getting at. Okay, but that charm wouldn't change anything about the others because the others fit AB4. And 2 slots aren't that worthwhile. It's almost exclusively gore sets where it becomes... I'm in the completely wrong tab. Yeah, it's almost exclusively gore sets where 2 slots have any value whatsoever. Antivirus, Blacksmite. Okay, let's try that again. Flinch free. Peak? I guess. That's about as far as it goes, huh? Peak. Peak evade with a con. AV3, peak 2. AB3? That was AB3, right? Yeah, it was. AB3 flare 1. Somehow roll Bale and Guts. Somehow. RNG giveth. Taketh. Alright. What be other interesting things we could do with this? We could try Dosh. Could we? Two, 4, 6. No, that don't work out. Wait, yes, 2, 3, 3, 5. It on paper. It doesn't exceed paper. What if you drop latent power? I'm willing to drop 1 more latent power. Okay. It's not really giving us anything else that would be even remotely worth that much affinity. Okay. Dosh is out. We pretty much always want at least attack boost 1, and I kind of want to see what else is possible within this. That's reasonable. Yes, you can save on the weapon skills. Demo might know. Demo said they found a way. Fucking search is horrendous. There we go. Didn't make a video in a month, unfortunate. Come on, load. Stop pretending like you don't have RAM. It is AB3 versus Flyer. This is the same every time. For some reason I thought I couldn't fit antivirus 3. Or rather I tried to fit more. It's also only 2. So that's cool. AGI LP CSMM burst. AGI CSMM burst. One of them is Flare. Flare and AB1. What's the third bonus on this? Go. Only go. Oh. Peak to AB3. Peak sort of just exists on this one, so I'm not going to increase the uptime. I don't believe in the synergy. I don't believe in peak. Like weak performance. AB3 burst. Wow. This can go small. And this can go small, and this needs to go significantly bigger. Like so. Omega. Oh, I should highlight that Flyer is winning this. At least somewhat winning this. No. I don't care. That is player AB1 and AB3. This is probably not something it can reach with better peak up time. No, Flare is just flat out better. I don't think we need to play this game any further. Flare is just better here. Unfortunately, I want the numbers, so I need to... What's the best weapon of this update? I don't know, they're probably both pretty mediocre. Squeeze Gog, Laggy, and Ray Gamma. Oh, neat. Casually speedrunning before work, as you do. See, that's the real reason to learn running. To get more MH faster. Yeah, the bowguns are completely fucking busted. Utterly and completely. $57 hits ballpark. Is that the head for consistency? It is the head for consistency. No. Only 2 of them. Radar. Background. Frolic? This is when you just need the numbers to compare. And this... Okay. Right. This is bad. I want my monster and I want it now. Rip the flu. Get good soon. Right, how does it stack up against the others though? Currently, Go is leading. This one copied the wrong values. I have no idea why. Is that Raffala's head? I'm not gonna fix it. I'm just gonna... Oops. That's for later, if at all. If it even remains relevant. Because, this is winning in all of them. This does not use Ray. And latent is an afterthought. So the reason that on number 46 there's free latent power is that I got 46 and 47 are Insect Glaive sets, and Insect Glaive wants earplugs. So it kind of just ended up with being 4 empty 3 slots for us. So that's gonna be interesting. Still roll score. Aggie. Attack boost 4 is not going to be beaten by any sack bonus. If you can fit A before, you will. Only time you will not is if you can fit... If you can drop 1 level of AB to instead fit a set bonus like Dosha. But you probably are not able to do that. I will search for AB3 and then I will see if that is an option. Latent 3. Antivirus max might burst. No, not this. That should be all of them. Do you find me a set that has those? Because then could be talking about something interesting. You find Flare? You do find Doshiguma. You find all of them. How much affinity are we talking about here? 25, 55, 85, and then Agi, which is 15, right? So that's 100. So 10 more would cap out. Let's try with latent 4. Good morning. Oh, that is so tempting. That is so unbelievably tempting. And it gets coal. Okay. All right, let's drop down to AB3 on the baseline, and let's remove layer from the baseline. And instead we're looking at Doge 2, Peak 2, Col 1. That's option 1. Option 2 is AB4 layer. So let's You're not finding resonance anymore. Okay. Do you find ebony? You do not. But you do find dosh. And that's a charm that exists. As we figured out. I kind of don't trust it. Let me see if I have a charm that is equivalent to that. This also works as a short test because I cleared my shader cache. And if I don't see immediate and stable 60, I will confiscate your horse, Capcom. Fuck. Like during the beta. It was during the beta. I scoured the Steam forums for reviews. Because I glanced upon a Japanese review, the translation of it, and it was so lovely, so unbelievably unhinged. I just had to see more of it. And some absolute bangers. Imagine being so angry at Monster Hunter being bad that you navigate to the Steam forums, find a developer thread just to say, I will grass your mother. In exactly those words. It's beautiful. Can I sort this? I mean, that's good enough. Charge Master Burst is vaguely, I think. Oh, those are not RNG charms. Those are normal ass charms. Okay, so I have a vague equivalency here with Stamina, Thief, and Dragon Attack, and Charge Master. Charge Master. Charge Master. Is that the same? It's probably not the same. Charge Master 3 is in 3. And attack boost 3 is in 3. Yeah, okay, that is a possible and legal charm, and I will not hear anything else. Awesome. We can close Rise. We can close Wilds again before my room catches fire.
Hey Hunter, I have a bunch of things the others gathered for you.
Yes, please close the game. Okay. And that's AB4 on Flyer and AB3 Dodge. No AB. Just Dodge. Just Dodge? No, it's AB3 Dodge. What am I talking about? Dodge 2, Peak 2, Cold 1, AB3. AB, Dodge, Coal, Peak. Oof. I kind of want to see a Ray variant because I am concerned about latent power uptime. You fit AB3, do you fit AB4? You fit AB4. You don't fit La Flyer. Peak. Tool Specialist is an idea. Earplugs is an idea. Coal, Peak. Yeah, out of these, I think Coal would have the biggest impact. Ray 2. All of those were latent 4 as well. Call 2. Yeah, those 3 would be it. Alright, let's punch him in. I need more spaces to do nodes. This is getting EBDB some. Give me... Dodge to Peak. I'm with you in a second, Sherry. We just don't want to do this 12 times again. Maggie 5. Antivirus 3 every time. Burst, burst, burst. One and 3 have coal. 1 and 3 has 2 levels. CS, LP, LP4 on all of them. 5 is 1 more than 4. No X. Maximite. Check the set pony. Go, go, go. Not so. Set yours flyer. Third set has better latent uptime. So how big should a hit be to latent otherwise? Let's think about this for a second. $120, $120. That's $120 down and then $120 up, right? And then it goes into this. My bad. My bad. So 0.8 and then 40, no. Yeah, about 50. About 50 sounds good. So everything except the third set has 50 latent. And you get to keep 60. Let's make it 63. And then make the others 51. No, evil. Also was clowning on Capcom last year. I was starting to see the performance improvements I did, and by that I mean instead of high average FPS that sometimes stutter, now that's low average FPS, and sometimes the game runs extremely smooth for like 20 seconds. Yeah. I can only say it again. Wilds comes out of the box, day one, consistent 80 FPS. Title update 1, max settings, 60 FPS. Title update 3, performance improvements, medium settings, mostly 60 FPS. Title update 4, big improvements, performance improvements. We fixed the code. Medium settings, 40 FPS. I got 16 gigs of VRAM. What the fuck? So two has flare, the others don't. That is correct. Now that is correct. Okay, and then set 1 has Doshiguma. Peak coalescence. Peak coalescence. Col 1? Yeah, Col 1. The other one has Ray and nothing else. Okay. Awesome. Roll score again. And then Dosh AP3. That's Dosh Col 1. That's the selling points. Dosh Col 1. Fine, AB3. Second one is AB4 flare. And the third one is AB4 ray. Cool. We start with Rathalos. Head. Oh. Do they all have latent 4? They should. Just to make sure this does have AB4. Yes. Because that beats Flair. That is interesting. That is genuinely interesting. They fixed texture streaming, but that let the game run better. Oh, this is a development and a half, dude. Randomize Cole and Ray. Let me turn off Cole just to see. Let me abuse you guys as a notepad real quick. Don't mind me, I'm just notepadding. Cole is not the deciding factor. The deciding factor is quite literally the latent power thing. Holy crap. Well, how much affinity is this? I want to make sure that I don't hit diminishing returns on this. So it's 40 from LP. It's 25. We're not quite there yet. Fuck, man, I need to... I'm just so damn used to the numpad. I have giant hands and it's fucking terrible to type with the main keyboard numbers. It's 30 from Maximite. That's 15 from Agitator, and that's exactly 110. Oh god. That means that on this loadout exactly, you wouldn't even roll affinity. You would not roll affinity for when everything is active, and that's not too difficult to juggle. And then that is a development. Yeah, that sure is a development. The thing is, it by default wins on shit zones because it also gets the highest alley. Well, against Flair, I suppose, but it's probably able to hold its own for quite a while. 27-20. It gets beaten by exactly Flair. But this also does not account the 9 extra raw it gets. Well, more actually, because you run AB. $38.10. Oh no, never mind. It doesn't hold its own very long at all. Again, completely ignoring that it gets an extra level. It gets an extra amount of attack. Vaguely equal to having another set bonus. Yep. Did I? Nope, I did not. Okay, awesome. And we were going by head because consistent. But I would like to run that by the tentacle. In which case it's slightly behind. But probably, you know what? Let's simulate the extra attack. Let's simulate the extra attack and just give it dodge. For about, let's give it dodge for 90% because that's 9 raw. And it's not even close. Even on a zone that is very, very, very much Flayer favored. Yeah, this is the first rather intensely winning candidate. We might want to roll go after all. Friendly reminder that I turned Dosh off and it's still ahead. I will, however, enable it again in a second because I want to grab a screenshot and send the probably new highest DPS I will have calced to upgrade. Because I'm curious what I think he's slightly invested. This one it loses because of the extra health. But that makes no sense. Oh, it loses because it's more reliant on elite damage. No, that also makes no sense. Why does it lose this? You keep the same stats. How much does Ali contribute here? One 1.5% give or take, and Flayer contributes well, it's this one. Elite, Flayer, 1.23. Flayer. Yeah, so about 1.7% of the damage is dealt by Flayer. Oh well. I will just accept that. That is fine. Serralios, right leg. Laggy. Torso. Chest, okay. And then O major. Hind leg. It's so odd that it loses on exactly Jin. How does it behave on head? It wins on head. Omega? 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 EGA? We will never know. All I know that it's definitely pronounced plaintiff. Yeah, okay. Dosh. Theoretical average, relevant theoretical average. 228. No, then it was against the overall average. Yep, there we go. 257 is a number of ever, genuinely of ever. Against theoretical average. 257%. It doesn't flow out. Yes. Smart. Gogo's weird. Some big flash attacks and face for you looks like they're gonna hit, but they don't. Gog does do weird things, indeed. Yeah, this is the highest number I have seen in Wilds for Swags. Flat out. No competition. This might be the set. This might be the set. Does it beat everything else? It loses on exactly Jin for reasons I do not understand. Well, against itself, kinda. And then, yes. Barely. Yes. 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 55.2 on Udra. Yeah, okay, and then 49.7 on Duna, 64.8 on Gore, 118 on Loss. Whew. I genuinely think that is it. I'll have to hit up Quas, but he forces earplugs. Because apparently IG people were struggling with RAWs enough to make plugs mandatory. I mean, it's not finally over. We're still going through the other sets just to see what else is possible, but like... Can roll attack 3 instead of affinity EX? That is 9 extra base raw. Kinda not, it's complicated. Night Trust was to know significantly more about everything in that realm that I could possibly understand, not even playing the weapon. I know it used to be plugs, but like, eh. Goodbye, 221. Yeah, no, I'm not judging. I'm not judging in the slightest. I mean, I started prioritizing stun res after AT Ray because people were screaming that they keep getting stunned. And I don't understand it because the only way you get stunned is if you eat a hit to the face. Yes, you get stun buildup if you hyper armor stuff, but you never get stunned until you eat a hit. So maybe just don't point blank do that. Granted, if you do, you will die. So, yes, I sort of get where it's coming from. But there are some sets after AT Ray that were technically suboptimal. Within rounding error, granted. But they were technically suboptimal. Because I prioritized stun res. I mean, I barely play Wilds in the sense of playing it. And I never felt like I'm struggling with stun. Yeah, the Aftershocks do insta-KO you, but it's not about AT Ray. I'm saying that after AT Ray, we still prioritize stun res for non-AT Ray matchups. Shit looks complicated. I want to start doing this. You can. If you want to learn stuff, there is a bunch of resources. If you want to get started, there is a video on motion values where I go over the damage formula in general. There is a written guide linked in there too that has a little bit more detail. And Wiggler is public if you'd like some hand in learning more about the concept and stuff that goes into this. Will this change convince pre-wild speedrunners to run this game? Absolutely not. It's still dog shit to run. The weapon change is positive. The meta impact is positive. The level of power we gain is absurd. But everything outside of the quest is still completely dog shit. There's also a relatively, well, comparatively old video on the principles of set building. That is definitely one I'm going to remake, because I'm very unhappy with the quality on that. Great entertainment for work. Well, I'm glad it is of use. But yeah, this little bit right here is well, I think we're gonna give this a yellow background because this, we're not giving it a yellow background because that's unhinged. We're giving it red. Yeah, that'll do. Because this is genuinely incredibly interesting, and I want to look more into what is happening here. But we need to get moving with the other sets. Aggie, AB, AV, CS, MM Burst. So pretty standard loadout. Forget about this, forget about this. You roll Odogaron. You roll LP2. You roll Odogaron and you roll LP2. Send it. 16. Burst 2 Koa, burst 3. Plugger. And a 2 slot. Okay. Burst 3. Coal. I think burst might be more impactful. Wax actually. Burst to coal is best of both worlds, but that never works out. How much is our coal? I forgot. %. Yeah, no, burst 1 isn't worth. Burst 2 is probably when it starts being interesting, but burst 1 isn't worth. So that is either burst 3 or wax. But I'm strongly leaning wax. Oh, it's burst 2 baseline. Okay. So that is not interesting. So it's coal 1. End of list. Coal 1 wax, so this is just dead. No, it's... Oh, okay, I see where I went wrong. Okay. Burst 2, coal 1. Coal 1, wax 1. Burst 3. Did it have anything else? No, right? Slots, but LMAO slots. His color. So far, I have found that there is a set that allows us to not roll Affinity EX, and we roll a third attack instead. Last set is still a Gore situationship. It's Gore. It uses 2-piece Ray. It gets attack boost 4 and coalescence 2, and it hits 110 affinity. So you don't roll FEX. You roll a third attack 3. That is. So that's 9 base raw over, and it's the highest amount of DPS I've calced so far on the theoretical average set, which usually hovers around 245, and that set hits 259. That is significant. Theoretical average being 60-21 hit zone. What does one even cut from this? I mean, there is just no way this competes, right? Because Odo 2 is on average about 7 attack, and this one gets 2 more, but in base. I think this one is out. I will check. It's always AB4, right? I can check for AB3 if that finds anything more interesting than that. But I somehow don't think it does. That is funny, but not good. Quick shit. Burst 4? It's not worth it. No. No, that is kind of it. Okay. LP2. I should probably... Wait, it's probably not helpful to pause because, again, force earplugs and earplugs is expensive. Could be good for Jack. And maybe Cat. But Cat's around. I think anyway. No peek. The first set is burst 2, call 1. At AB4, just making sure. AB4. And then also Odogaron. Keeps guts. Okay. Set 2. Coal wax. Five, nothing else. Agitator, ambush, antivirus, burst, coal, strike, flare, latent power 2, maximum, no peak, wax, and then okay, it's set 4. It's set 3, okay. Did not make mistake. Life good. All good. All good. No need to cry. Go. Odo. Odo. Go. Okay. Night and 2. No flare. Dodge Might and Lord Soul on the Para weapon yesterday. That's not bad. It's not optimal, but it's not bad. Yeah. Which sheet exactly, Dora? I posted all 3 of them in Swag's chat not too long ago. Couple hours at most. This exact one is not. But it is a copy of one that is publicly available. This one is just a modified version so that I have everything for mass crunching within one screen. It's also not accurate and it's absolutely not user-friendly. Like it has some inaccuracies, that is to keep in mind. With the uptimes is in one of the messages I sent in Swag's chat a while ago. It used to be pinned, but because Math Hunter came out with the direct focus of being easier to use for non-math technical people, I decided to replace it with Math Hunter. That was sort of the plan because again, this is not user-friendly at all. It's not meant to be. The last one is burst 3. And then nothing else. Right, and neither of these have like ray or stupid shit. No, they do not. $51. I'm also dictating 85 wax on this because, again, you don't start wax if you don't know where to hit. Yeah, okay. It's quench. Hit. I'm not super... Like, I'm already doubting that this has any business being here at this stage. So I'm not going to go super duper in depth and check every hit zone to see how it's competing internally. Because I already don't believe in it. Right, I needed to actually name them accurately, which is burst 2, call 1. For the individual that wanted to also get into set building because of this, a lot of this is mental stuff. So a lot of stuff is just thinking about the implications, thinking about when stuff breaks, when these things would be no longer true. And then thinking about what the advantages and disadvantages of stuff are for differently skilled players. And then also who or what you're building for. Like, this is probably the most tedious and most boring type of building. Like, for the average person. If you ever get your hands on a runner that doesn't know how to set build after you learned how to set build, that is when all of this gets really interesting. Heavily recommend. Now, it would just be wrong to only look at the head. Oh, wax pulls ahead in this, but there's also these. And then there's also... Is it the arms? It is the arms. Yeah. Okay, we take the head for consistency. Happy to help, Dora. So I am very happy that Math Hunter exists. Super happy. Because it means that I do not need to... I mean, I'm just going to be blunt. I don't have to give a shit how this looks. Right? I don't need to make sure that someone other than myself is able to understand what's happening here. I don't have to make sure that this shit is legible. I don't have to make sure that this shit is comprehensible. I can just leave it like this. And just have ginormous formulas that account for all of this. This is for Math Hunter. And then, you know, things like this. And then this is just something that Math Hunter strictly cannot ever do because it needs to be user-friendly. It cannot have all of this in that detail visible. It cannot compare multiple at once if it wants to still be capable of being used by less knowledgeable people. And for all I care, personally, I mean, I have 36 rows here. I can just fit 3 more sets underneath here. And then just still have this comparison off to the side. So for things like that, being able to maintain a sheet is a really helpful skill. But if you want to pick that up, you kind of need to hate the current MH game. Because this takes time to learn and to build and to research. And you don't do that if you also want to play. Right tool for the right job. That is exactly it. Infinite series. I will not let him live that down. For like, is the consistent choice. Like, is the reasonable choice. Do any of these win anything so far? They do not. Well, they lose against this clearly, but they also lose against this. They win over these two. This one I'm upset. I really wanted Dosha to have a place. But I guess 10 raw for 2 pieces that are questionable in efficiency is not good enough in modern wilds. And then Omega. Like, we had we were in such a state of not being a weapon but a button to press. I wouldn't have figured out this gore situation if left to my own devices, not in this time frame. Well, this gore situation. Because this is only the Gore 2 bonus, right? This is no other set bonus. Well, I guess Ray 2. But you get the idea. You're telling me upgrade builders for a game that Horn eats so good? So, if the underlying principle of an MH is good, then you need your weapon to be good. And then you'll play it. If your weapon is good, but the principle is dog shit, you ain't playing it. Even if it's the best iteration of the weapon. If the game is shit, the game is shit. And Wilds is not a game that wants to be speedrun. And speedrunning is unfortunately what all of this inevitably leads to one way or another. Either because you work with runners on their sets, or because you run. Keep in mind that I ran competitively in Sunbreak on Switch. I was more willing to cope with crafting RNG than I am with resetting in Wilds. If that's of any indication how outrageous it is. They are public on the channel. You can watch them at any time. I don't know if you can, because YouTube really dislikes links. But yeah, this is the correct one. And then I'm not even gonna honor this with highlighting. It just doesn't deserve it. So all of this is just Alt-Shift-5. I can't get over this hotkey, dude. It's so bad. This is the same set, so it's essentially just one. And then there's one more, and then there's the Ellie situationship. That I will need to check again. My bad. Move. Life in theory. LP, Aki, AB. Not this. LP, Aki, AB. 4. You keep guts because of course you do. MMC is burst, MMC is burst, and then Laggy 2, Ray 2. Flare. Someone on Structure is debating about a 6-man Gore count. Is it Kage? Scorcher is not buffed in damage. We don't know where it's buffed. Speaking of, I found a bubble of affinity focus on a stamina region, which is cool, but then again it's affinity. Didn't they already change the wound spot to be the exact same every run? Wound spot is not the problem at all. Like, just the process of having to pre-buff and then running, you need a bunch of mods just to run wilds, which... it's just not great, and I'm not willing to do that. Like, I will mod my Archons, because I really can't be fucked. But I'm also not going to compete in wilds. Like, it's everything outside of the quest that's the problem. And some things in the quest. But like, the whole process of running without even the combat parts is already problematic in wilds. Kage typically is legit, yes. Typically. Sometimes he shitposts. Ask him about his favorite game. You'll see immediately what I mean. What if I don't flare? But I think this is already optimal. Peak 2, which is whatever. Div Blast. EE. Anything interesting? Bad Blood, but no Resent. We're not good with resentment either, so yeah. A 3 slot. Yeah, of course there's a 3 slot. It's fucking... that's where Flare goes. Warcry. What's that? Burst. Okay. Dropping to AB3 is just never worth it. I don't think there's an alternative here. Could fit Adrush 1, but it just doesn't beat Flare. That is a problem. I will calc this because I believe it to be optimal already. That means it's a standalone set, and that's okay. LP5, Aggie 5. It does AB4. Aggie 5. None of this. This is 1. None of this. This. 1, none of this. Latent 5, close this, and it's latent 5 at 63. Then it's no peak. Too laggy. Ray's already accounted for this. 2-piece. Theory. No go, no Ebony. No Ebona. Antwort. Raffles head. I mean, it's not terrible in comparison. 121, whoops, 121. It's definitely worse than these, but that rolls laggy. Rolls laggy. Lol. That is just base. I don't believe it to have winning matchups over the other stuff though. No, it does not. Oof. For like 50.8. Nodra. Right, element will be significantly more annoying to check. Just putting that out there. Head for consistency. Right out. 49.3. Oh. Oh, never mind. I'm always glancing on these. And I'm like, wow, that's really close. And then this just saves almost a full loop over, yeah. It do be like that. Chain. 73.6. Not even remotely. I will say, eyeballing it, pretty much every set on the dock is playable. They might not be optimal, but you're not completely gimping yourselves. You will just also have a significantly more difficult time to ask someone else for advice. Because a lot of people that frequent the same spaces I do will tell you my advice. Or rather how they understand my advice. Theory crafting as a whole is already pretty complex. Especially if you do it at a high level. I do not want to see this. Better. So, picking apart a set is not typically something someone will be able to help you with. The learn roll lets you see the weapon. There are no weapon-specific chats. The weapon rolls are for the guide people who to ask. You are able to see everything there is to see. We do kind of believe in transparency in that. It's fun to make a build around the Gog third phase DPS check to offset how shit the fight actually is. Yes. I will also do that, but I need the hit zones for that. I don't know how arcade zones work. I'm trying to get him done faster. I can roll more. You hit him with fire until he's not solid, and then you hit him with dragon. No, Swash Shot is Scattering Hall. That's a relatively casual, big, somewhat play pretend official server. Wiggler basically exists as an appendage to that. Because it's not meant for you to ask what is the optimal set. It is more meant for you to ask why is the optimal set. In a genuine effort to learn. It is not meant for how do you play this weapon. It's not meant for why don't you just slot XYZ. It's dedicated for theory crafting. Not everyone. I know at least one person that's currently live that is not in Gathering Hall anymore. Never goon, guys. Never goon. A significantly large amount of people have been, yes. Oh, and Ellie. Ellie fails to finish crit. Are you worth it? From what I heard, Ellie, all in Ellie is good. The other thing is, with GOG Phase 3, you cannot rely on the math alone. You need to actually look at how it flows. And how it flows is, he will fly for an hour, land his ass back down, you get a couple hits in, and then he pisses off again. You're not amping a power file in that time frame. So on that virtue alone, Ellie file has an advantage. And depending on just how big the hit zone value is, an Ellie loadout, in my current assumption, is winning a 50-25 hit zone over a power file. But we will get there. This rolls GOG. Apocalypse. Aggie 5, LP 5. This is annoying. Put it here. Aggie, LP. Which of these are non-standard? This is not. Peak 2, AB1, burst 1, dodge 2. Wait, then this doesn't roll GOG. What are you saying? That's racist. That's which set? 37, 37. It actually rolls GOG. Wow. Right. The GOGs I've seen just constantly wing drag. I mean, I've literally streamed them. But for all intents and purposes, day one doing it with anyone, everyone's around them. We know better now.
we do know better now. And I think that's great. Whomst? One, two, 10. Yes. I don't know. I wouldn't say they fumbled it with phase 3. I would say they fumbled it with phase 1 and 2. And then also 3. Do I? Yeah, I do. It would not be correct not to. It would not be correct not to. Yeah, okay. Set rolls Gorg, it gets all of these. Does it get AB? It's AB1. Like fisheries one. You contemplate. Phase 1 is just so all over. No, it's not. You can offset so. I will try to find the exact set first, and then we'll see what of this is. But AB1 included in this makes me think that I did actually somewhat put thoughts into this when I did it giga tired last night. Ray. 2. Yeah. Oh god, it finds more shit. It finds more AB. What did I miss? Actually, oh yeah, we downgrade heroics. Right. We downgrade heroics. That is the needle that has been moved. Flare, wax, up to AB3. That's what we are checking on. Layer 1, AB2, AB3, wax 1. Nothing else interesting? Adrush is not interesting in this. I noted Flare. Yeah. Okay, let's start with AB2, because that's the one I think will not make the cut. Div plus, AB3. AB3. It never hits AB4. No, it doesn't make the cut. Flare. That is exactly the set, okay. Player 1. Does AB3 do anything for us? It does not add extra stuff, and then wax. Player didn't add extra stuff, so wax is also not going to add extra. Yep. Okay, so we have AB1, AB3, AB1. AB1, AB3, AB1.
We have Aggie, LPCS, MM. Aggie. I know this. CS. LP. That's 5 with 63 every time. 63 and 63. Peak 2 Roix. And the first set has Flare 1. Okay. How much uptime do we assume for Heroics? Last set has Wax. And then all of them have Dogma Apocalypse. And Dosh. And Ray and Guts. Da. Okay. Set 2 headworks. No. Set 3 headworks. Set 1 head flyer. Okay. Rathalos head. 122, 119.2 is as low as that goes. Which does not beat stuff. So at which point do you start beating stuff? It's the third set that does good. It is the third set that does good. Right. Let's pump some heroics into it. $118 it is to beat. 50% is not feasible, I don't think. There's also to keep in mind that this is done mostly FRS and less rising. I think 20% is already pretty damn high. 118 point. What? Huh? $18.4, 18.6. Yeah, okay. %40 heroics would I don't think that there is free AI stuff. I think some people were looking into doing that. There's a whole Discord for modding. You might have more luck there. I'm not aware of a Mon decompile like that. Rapid Morph, to my knowledge, has not been changed. And Gogma Apocalypse is not the selling point. The selling point of the set is Heroics. The playstyle of the set is you FRS to get into Heroics range and just hope that you get into range before you get hit. Oh, before you let it rip, I mean. It's just a funny idea that you make the set, but you don't upgrade the pieces so that you take more damage. And then you just YOLO Gamba FRS, and you eat hits so big that you get into heroics range so that heroics is up 40 damage takes off FRS. That is the whole idea. You're not meant to maintain. If you're familiar with what Chargeblade was doing in Endgame Sunbreak, imagine it a bit like that. You just fucking trade every time. No, we're still not recommending it, but we're still mathing it because it's an idea. And I need to know the ballpark we're at. Also, I want you to understand that this is Heroics 2. Heroics 2 is 5%. It's fucking nothing. So by looking at Heroics now, we can also ballpark estimate what if 2-piece 80 Jin becomes relevant. What if we can now also fit Jin? At what point is that worthwhile? This is 5%, Jin is 25. Jin is about 10%. So you would only need to hit about 20% uptime on Jin for it to get about the same stats as this, all else equal. A little bit of thinking outside the box. My hot take is that Heroics is never worth it. You can just eat for adrenaline. You're in Heroics range. You're already not surviving anything. So why bother with that 40 HP jank? Just get hit down to 10. It's an extra 5% too. That's not entirely true, by the way. There is situations where you would want Heroics because it's active earlier. Example of that is Mag Drone and optional Diablos, where you typically don't get opportunities to take damage. So you get ticked down by the environment and the religion. So you do want that proc a little bit earlier. But then my counterpoint is the optional Mag Drone run ends before you hit the halfway point of HP ticking from dereliction. So LMAO. Yeah, we're documenting this with I don't think we're optimizing this one. Because it starts getting competitive at 40% uptime. It's not even that. You just don't survive in Heroics range in endgames. Typically speaking, you just don't. Shit deals too much damage. So if you're already not surviving, if you're already going for Heroics, why not just go for adrenaline? Math out to eat a different hit and just... This one is not working out. And just save the armor space. This one is a separate idea. I need more space here. Right, and this is the Ellie set. I am genuinely considering trying to reverse Gork hit zones. But I really don't want to. That's a significant amount of effort. And I am tired. Aggie 5, maximize 3, coal 3. Reset. Aggie 5. What the fuck is anything? Aggie 5. Maximize. Ellie? Ellie. Coal 3. Counter-Strike latent. Attack boost, antivirus. I still don't like the weapon and armor split. Peak 2, burst 1. Go to GOG2. Oh. EBDB. Go to GOG2. Guts. Send it. Okay. You're not finding shit because you would roll gore, right? Yes. That is the set, exactly. Oh, don't worry, we know the 80 gen pieces. After this and after I did the write-up and everything, I'm also gonna do Jin. Probably not in this session and today, I'll probably do that off screen. Because, you know, I do have an amount of respect for people that do not want to get spoiled on that. It costs $0 not to be a dickhead. On the other hand, not being a dickhead also makes $0. But yeah, I'm also going to look at ATGen, and if all goes well. So my planning around this is that after I'm done optimizing and compiling the numbers and getting somewhere with the meta, after that is said and done, I will go and write a script. Out of that script, I will work that into the guide. Probably not publish it today. Because like everything needs reworking. Like the proc guide needs to get extended into up to HR. I'm not sure if I should do 70 or 100 ballpark. And then the meta guide needs to be updated, and the how to play guide needs to be updated. So all three. And then the video would also cover what the MV changes actually mean. They would cover the sets, naturally, the playstyle changes. And after that, so all of that should be done tomorrow. Like including the pre-prep for the inevitable video. And then I will try to build out the impact of 80 Jin. And if it looks like it makes sense, I will then also write a script for that. I will pre-prepare the guides for that and then also make a video for that for it to go live just as the patch does. So there is some value to being first. But with a heads up like we get on ATs, we can not only be first, but also accurate. And I think that's cool. The only downside again is that in that time span, there is no time to actually test everything. And even if Jin was at a later point, this is still a significant amount of theoretical sets that would require testing, and I'm just not doing that. And I don't think anyone can blame me. I'm making very educated guesses. And I will probably test at a later point. Like over time, more so than immediately. Data miners, you're funny. Actually, I don't know where the Jin pieces came from, because all the item mods broke. But it was screen photos, so I would assume possibly modded console? Yeah, I'm not blind to how data mining works. Right, so this is pretty much the exact set. Now, attack boost should be able to also be... Yeah, it's also able to be any of the allies, and it is able to be crit ally. Okay. Right. That makes it pretty much exactly 2 sets, which is one with AB, and it is exactly AB3 because it's never the rarity 8. Oops. Delete these, and then one of these is AB3, CB5, and then one is LE3, crit LE3, CB3. Can we get more out of that? Can Power Prolonger roll crit ally? Wild's Power Prolonger. No, actually I'm stupid, I can just check here. No, power. Enhancer. Handicraft stream. No, it gets the ally attacks and only the ally attacks. Ah, that's unfortunate. That's super unfortunate. Crit Adam. Crit ally gets... Crit ally gets KO. Guard. Handy. It does not get Prolonger. They knew what they were doing. I just don't like it. And then we replace, let me think. We replace the Charm AB3 for Power Pro 3. We free up a slot there, and then it's CB5, Crit LE1, LE3. Does Wiggler have a changelog to see what stuff changed? The guides typically have a TU, like every TU gets a paragraph, and Cat is supposed to to archive. We have a section for that, yeah. Hello, me. Schnitzel Donnerstag. Protein Fiend sucks. The problem with Protein Fiend is that it does not stack with Might Seed. It replaces Might Seed. And eating a steak is also significantly slower. Yeah, I think these are the options. Problem is we're doing it with 2 weapons. Technically 3, but realistically 2. Is there anything more we could try to get? Because I think the 3 weapon skill on the Talus, on the charm is non-negotiable. Crit is still important because a lot of the damage, even on the extreme alley end, is raw. Peak is not wanted, it's just there. So the things you could drop to make room for stuff is latent. Is extremely good. Is there anything we would want? We run Guts. So Gorgog would mean could fit 80 Ray. That is an option. 25, 55, 70, 100. It's an option, but it's not required because Ellie drops you to base and not to negative. We don't have good ways to proc Dark Arts. So that's kind of out. No, I don't think there's anything else we would actively try to chase here. So then that is just the set. Okay. How do we label this? I think we just run it 3 times, but with different weapons, right? And that fills out these perfectly. So we call this Ellie set 1. We just call this Ellie's set because it is just one set. It's just... Right, and then this is repeating AB3, CB3, AB3, CB3, CB5. I am... LE3, crit LE3, CB3. LE3, CB3, crit LE3. And then this is something I'm too lazy to type. Ta-da! Huh? And then this is just, this is power, this is LE file 1, and this is LE file 2, where LE file 2 is 3 LE roll. The other one is an attack roll. To early 1 attack VX. Da-da. Okay. We're doing the same set again. AGM Koa. Aggie first Ko. This needs antivirus. It has antivirus, right? I'm not hallucinating that. Yes. Counter-Strike is exactly the same. Absorption Flare is out. Warrior's kill. Rice's kill. Latent power is 3. 3 and it's 51. Max Might, Breaker, Peak, no wax. This is the exact reason, by the way, that when we started, all of this was just referencing set 1. Just so I didn't need to do this super slow checking to make sure everything is equal. Okay, and then we use Gore. Got my Apocalypse, and we use Guts. Okay. And then AB3 CB5 is where we start. Yeah, I think it's smart this way. Ráfagas. Keep in mind that this is the power file. $65.30. I need to check if there's a healthy split of LE stuff. Let's see antenna. 75.25. There's some very LE heavy matchups in here, I think. Yeah, right, this is all fucking worthless because these are actually different decos. Stupid. LE3, crit LE3, CB3. Crit LE3. Okay. Let's just make sure that this behaves the way it should. You're off thunder right now. Yep, I can just select all the elements. Awesome. It works as I built it to work. But you never fucking know. Let's crit LE3 for you. And it's crit LE1 for you, but you keep 5 and you go 3. Fire attack, water attack, thunder, ice, dragon, clearly. Okay. Let me try again. When I'm starting to output, the other groups will exist because Gamma brings me fleet for that Honey Hunter. Rip Honey Hunter. Haven't used it once in my life. I should also label these correctly, which is AB3 CB5, Max LE CB3, and this is CB5 LE3 Grit LE1. Damn. It is not painfully far off of everything. And that's the power file. So let us say is next Gore. Oof. 4. What's hind leg? Worse. It's torso. Worse. What's head? Okay, never mind. We don't pull that gaming. Your head. Tentacle. I think I called 60-20 to be a theoretical early situation. 60-20 is power file. So roughly 2-to-1 ratio would be in favor of full LE, according to the rudimentary mathing. The Opteron alert. Oh no. It's Orkwild. Orkwild, Shaneblade. If nothing else, this tells us the raw capabilities. Jinder Hut is also always raw for us. There is no... Steve is another interesting case. Possibly. Oops. Laggy chest. That is also probably staying raw. And then Omega. No, that's a raw matchup, I think. 60-20 is raw slanted, but head. Head is LE slanted. I will take this and put it here. Just so we have seen it before. Because I have a strong feeling that if you were to tank on Swax, you would do LE set. Just instinctively. What if I have 25? It's a lot. I'm not sure if you would know. Is an attack 3, wide range 3 talisman possible? No. Yes? But it's one of those jank skills, right? Jank combinations. That's such a point. 3 something. Group 6. That I'm just fucking blind. There it is. That's 1 in 9, 5, 5, 8, 1, 0, 9, 1. 3, 6. That's 1 in 95 million. 581,091. Maybe in fact, by the way. What I say is the other stuff. The other stuff is Eddie Arson. Eddie Arson 1 base is the actual base, right? No, it's not. Wait, yes, it is after the upgrade. So I'm doing Ali Arshan 1 attack and Ali Arshan 2 Ali. Okay, those are the 2 relevant ones. Ali Arshan 1 attack. Ali Arshan 1 attack. Ali Arshan 1 attack. And then we do Rathalos. Hit. And we're starting to see that is triple slash because we play triple slash on this. Okay. We have winning alley matchups. We're doing Sunbreak. That's how it started. That is genuinely how that started. Okay. Go ahead. Okay, those hits on this completely and utterly lost. What's the raffle loss? 65-30, right? 65-30. So about 2-1. with very high LE values, it's probably in better. Oof. More like 6515 is probably behind, right? Yeah, it is strictly behind. And this is the early set that I believe not to have winning matchups anymore. No, we're doing head for comparison, but it's unrealistic to actually hit that all the time. It's just important to keep in mind. You have a membrane. You have arm. You have tentacle. Nope. None of these are actually good enough to really hammer home elementally. Did I think of giving you all the LEs? I did. Okay. Ray, head. It's always a good sign when you're calculating an LE set and it's telling you, by the way, triple slash is the most efficient move. Because it is for LE. So 60-20 is still not winning for this. But 65-30 is. Arcweld for the raw portion. There you can already kind of see how elementally skewed this is then. Jinderheart is also not great. You are not sticking to the head when that thing is that large. Not reliably. Steve. Leg. Luggy. Chest. Omega. Oh. Omega. And then look. So 60-20. But we also keep track of the head. CB5, crit LE1, LE3 seems to be the choice for the element. Wait, that's not possible, is it? Yes, it is possible. Eliasson 2. Eliasson 2. Eliasson 2. Let's just do it backwards over here. On a 60-20, it's significantly behind. And you would not cope with that. $55-10 also stands no chance. Oh god, it is so bad behind. Sirius. Yeah, it's probably relegated to shitter matchups at this rate. Jhin is never elemental for us. Jesus Christ. It is probably not good enough to actually deal with like this, but there was a better zone, wasn't there? Jhin is barely elemental for me. Yeah, I was present. I was present. So much math, what did I click? Stream will continue until matter is solved. I don't know, sounds pretty clear to me what's happening. Then again, you're asking for Dwarf Fortress, so that's okay. If you were asking for Wilds, you know, you would be asking for MH. And then I would know that you can't read, so I can't blame you. But you're not, so... Ultra doesn't have a good ally zone either, does it? I'm not gonna edit this anymore. This is the last set, so... Flame Enraged, yeah, but... 65-20 is a losing matchup for Ellie, we know that. We have literally just seen that. 65-25 wound. Wound. Yeah, no, this is a raw matchup for us. No matter how you spin it. Let's check with Duna. With Dune. Head, but that's not happening. And then Woods again. And then Veil, whatever. Let's check the head. Head is 81.3. There's no shot that that is even vaguely the ballpark for the others, and it is not. 7-6. Or like, God no, you still want predominantly raw hit zones. Okay, then we have Gore. Hit. I'm probably not going to make a list if this many, if this few things are actively alley matchups. Okay. Do any of these win anything? These are very close, and Rathalos is indeed an alley winning matchup for this on this asterisk. Swax wasn't part of the game until now. They had an FRS stick, but now we have an actual weapon that actually does things. There's actual playstyle differences. We get power files now that have an element. I know a lot of clickbait does it, but I wholeheartedly mean it. I would say this changed everything. Should I trust the theoretical average on Math Hunter? I'm punching in a raw set, but the number ends up higher when I swap out 2 CB for 2 alley attack and 3 crit eye. The number is getting skewed by crit eye. Affinity with this amount of raw is very strong. Take out the alley attack just to get you... just to visualize how little alley attack is doing. It is doing something, but it's not super much. That's the crit eye that does the heavy carry. Right. But it's this situationship that is leading everything. The only matchups this seems to lose, specifically this variation seems to lose, is 65-30, which, you know, is a set of matchups I'm happy goes to an alley file. Oh, let me see. And I should reiterate that these numbers do not account for this weapon having 9 more base raw. Oh god, that's a tough sell. Oh god. But alas, it is solved. Because like even without accounting for it, nothing else competes with it. But then it also gets more base, and then because it's base, everything scales it and everything else better. Yeah, we're not competing. This is the set. Let's give me 1 second to carry it over. Wait, this is not Math Hunter. This is Math Hunter. Let me... wait. Flip. This goes here. Good. But... This goes... I don't fucking care, just not here. This, and then this, and then here. And then maybe for Ray 2, Call 2. Ray 2, Call 2. Aggie, antivirus, yes. Aggie, antivirus, Counter-Strike. Latent, Maximite, Burst, go to Guts. Critical, enhancer. I'm going with enhancer. I think Kage is right in enhancer and enhancer ally attack. Go beta. Gamma, Ray beta. Wait. Oh no, it's got tyranny. Okay. Yeah, Ray Gamma makes sense, and then Blango Grease Alpha plus. And then you got Lord Soul and this. And you're doing AB3, ABX, ABX, sharpness, EX, and sharpness EX. Okay. And then we're doing one attack though. Doing 3 sane. There's not enough one slots for this. Oh Christ, we're doing... Oh, there's one more. Yes. Yes. We're doing... I think the charm is burst, but actually also works. Chain. It's Challenger. Mighty. Counter-Strike now. We have no slots open, it's Phoenix. Okay, so that's Call 2. Well, that's good, yes. So, if you cannot reach AB4 or 5, I believe Crit Eye is worse because of how big the base roll is and therefore the scaling. But I'm not 1000% on that. That is instinctive. I mean, you say that. But this is what you have what I've done here so far is only optimization. The groundwork to like explore the different types of sets and everything that's available is significantly more, it eats more time. Like I spent all day yesterday just searching sets and just preliminary mathing. This is the part I actually enjoy. But yeah, that's the set. Awesome. Now you just have to roll 5 Archons that are exactly the same with different elements. Isn't that cool? But yeah, we know now where stuff stands. We know now what other alternatives are. So from here, it's just getting cheaper, right? So like budget setups and whatnot, those are still unclear. I'll look at those. And playstyle differences. Except I would like you to take a close look and tell me if you can see what is potentially different. Not different, what's potentially difficult here. Three, 2, 1. I hope you don't need comfort skills, because this isn't fitting any. This cannot fit comfort skills. None. This is high aggression swordplay, definitely. And it's a kind of set where you just need to know what you're doing. You don't need speed eating if you don't get hit. That's the spirit, Jerry. We should all be more like Jerry. Optimal damage loop is rising spam, and then FRS if you're down gauge. You don't get stunned out of a counter. You get stunned if you get hit without hyper armor. Don't get hit. That is this set. Just don't make mistakes. 5 hit. And I think that's cool, honestly. If you think about it, that is really fucking cool. That the presumably optimal set requires you to play optimally. And if you need comfort, well, here's like 36 weaker sets that are not significantly weaker, but allow you to get that comfort. So if you want to squeeze out that extra bit of damage, you better fucking play accordingly. And honestly, I can't hate that. I genuinely can't hate that. this is obviously not going to be the only set. Like, I will look into the others more. I mean, we took notes on what works and what doesn't work good and what we can just forget about, right? And then we have this whole neat table that we can look at. So I'll just list what is best out of each category. And then build those sets out accordingly. See if I can get some more one slot somewhere. And then it just converges to this absurd abomination. And then I'll do a quick glance on whether or not Jin would move the needle, but I kind of feel like it won't. Because we are relying on latent. We have Go. So that's one piece that's never going to get changed. We kind of want 2-piece Ray. So the feet. The feet at best. And they're okay. Okay, Aggie, Counter-Strike. Let me check what the footsies are. What the footsie wootsies are. The foot. The feet. The feet. The feet. The feet will not replace this. Three attack, 2 sharp, yes. Because you hit 100 affinity. Even through the negative. I mean, just stand behind the rock. You know, the thing that drops down for you to stand behind. For you to not die. Just do the mechanic. Duh. Also, you got guts, so it's fine. If you lose guts, the set is worse. So don't. Yeah, okay. I am going to build out the other sets, write a couple words for them, and then write out the script for everything that changed and try to find a way to present it all neatly. I have not watched the trailer. It's fucking Jin. It's fuck huge. It's annoying. You're going to eat shit. That's how big monsters work. So I'm not super concerned about that. How often do I have to teach you people that heroics is inefficient when adrenaline is free? Unbelievable. I can't believe you'd suggest that I would suggest something suboptimal. If all goes well, if I'm really fucking speedy with everything, there will be a video on the weekend. And if I'm really fucking speedy with everything, there will be one on AT release too. But that also means that I'm not going to be streaming in the next couple of days. Because this will be fucking speed running. Oh god. Suffering. But it will be done. Play scale swags, I don't know. Maybe if it actually gets usable. But yeah. I'm gonna call it here. I'm gonna do the part. setup doesn't behave the way I hoped it would. Wow, that needs fixing. Anyway. Yeah, I will compile the information. I will try to get the site online first. I will be talking in Gathering Hall about it too. And yeah, then comes the whole scripter thing. Update the guide next to it and then just have both release vaguely at the same time. Definitely this weekend. And then I'll see if I find the time to also optimize the gen set in advance, and then we'll see. But yeah, for now, I just need to lay down after this. Thanks a lot for hanging out. It was fun. I hope you had it too. And I will see you next time.